Welcome back. Welcome back to another build show. I know it's Labor Day, so not anticipating a whole ton of people here. But we're finally getting through this rut of builds today. When I say rut, I mean piled on the service requests, remote services, the builds that we've been doing, the problems we've ran into. This is the day we recover. Welcome everybody to the Build Show. I'm your host, Ben Estrino, over here at the Empower Gaming Studio. Yes, this is what it looks like. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the Build Show, Alexander. I will be building a total of four PCs today. Can I do it? Can it be done? I have no idea. I think my record so far is like 6 on one stream. And that was... I started losing my mind a little bit. So, I think 4 I can do. And still be sane. Come on. Let's go take a look. Let's take a look at what we're building today. Alright. So, out of the gate, we've got a beast of a build to work with here today. Look at these. Look at these excellent parts. This one is going to be for Ross. So build number 1 is for Ross. Ross, I know you've been waiting for this build. We've been communicating back and forth on email, so I apologize. Jar of Dirt, like the new setup. Thank you, sir. It's in progress. You might also notice that, scrolling through, working on some sponsors. And you might see one there that everybody is probably very familiar with. I'll have news on that soon. Anyways, let's start with the build. So today we're going to be building for Ross. Ross, I know this is, again, the build that we've been waiting for a while. So let's go ahead and run through the build out, the parts, the loadout, whatever you want to call it. We're going to start with the CPU, which is the Ryzen 7 7800X 3D. It's got 8 cores, 16 threads, a max boost of 5 GHz. This guy right here. Then next, we have a AM5 contact frame by Thermalright that we use for AM5. So we're going to be using that guy. We have the Arctic Silver MX6, which is going to be included with the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 over here. And talking about the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3, that's what we're using for our AMD CPU cooler. It's got 360 millimeter of radiator, along with 3 120 millimeter fans, which are addressable RGB, and a really cool VRM fan on the block, as well as some RGB. Hey, what's up, Pineapple? Hey, Roddy, how's it going? Pineapple, yes. Pineapple on pizza. Ronnie wanted to actually see if the community preferred or did not prefer pineapple on the pizza, but I'll let him start that. If you want to drop that in the chat. But we're going to be building with a 300 with that cooler over there. It's got the VRM fan that I was talking about right on the block, and then a really cool RGB top of the block. And I'll show you guys what it looks like when we're done. I really like the look of it. Arctic did a really good job on that cooler. For the motherboard, we're going to be running a Gigabyte X670 Aorus Elite AX, which is a DDR5 board. All AM5 boards are. And talking about the RAM itself, we're going to be running 32 gigabytes of DDR5 6000 MHz CL30, which is 216 gig sticks, dual channel, and it's the G.Skill Trident Z5 Neo RGB, which is AMD Expo certified. These guys, and it's in black. Yes, you must have pineapple on pizza. We'll see. We'll see what how everybody feels about that. For storage, we have a 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe, which is the MP44 by Team Group. This thing is up to 7,000 megabits per second read and 6,800 write, I believe is the exact specs. The graphics card we're going to be building with a Gigabyte WindForce V2, which is 16 gigabytes, RTX 4080 Super, which is that GDDR6X and 256-bit, running in PCIe 4.0 on this current setup. We're going to be powering the system. We went a little heavier on the power supply to ensure that we had enough wiggle room if you wanted to upgrade to like a 4090 later down the road. His power supply would be able to 100% do it. So he went with the Thermaltake 1050 1050 watt. They make two different ones. They make the 1000 and then the 1050. I don't know if there's any major difference between the two. In all of my experience, they're pretty much the same exact power supply. I don't know why. Maybe it's a marketing thing. Oh, you get 1050 watts. I don't know. But it's a great power supply nonetheless. And I've used them in several builds. Along with the power supply, we also have a mixture of cables, sleeved cables here for the build. So we have blue and black ones because the color theme that we're working with is trying to match his logo. And then we have red and black along with a red Montech King 95 Pro. So we have the King 95 in red this time, but we are using blue cables to add a little bit of blue flavor to the build, as well as adding some red cables. And I believe the idea was to also make the lights blue inside the build as well, the RGB lighting. So it's going to look really cool with the mixture of colors. Hi, sir. What's up? Dan? What do you think of the, if I use an RTX 4060, should I pick out an i5 12400F or an i5 13400F? If you're already on the Intel platform, then maybe that might be a good idea. I don't know what you currently have, but if you go with Intel, it limits your upgrade path, because right now they're having some weird issues with the 14900K and the 13900K, which there's a lot of degradation happening. So if your plan is to get to one of the best CPUs on their lineup, I would honestly not use Intel right now. I would go with AMD over the Intel platform right now if you have the opportunity to switch platforms. If you don't, and you're just asking, you know, if I'm upgrading from an i3 or something, then the i5 12400F is more than enough for the RTX 4060. Yes. Either one of those chips would work fine. Oh, Intel. Oh, Intel, yes. Oh, Intel. Yes, they've been unfortunately failing to deliver around this last release. And then I think they're even delaying their next release, which is kind of slowing things down. So, all right, so let's go ahead and just start jumping into the build here. We've got... I'd say this build is probably going to be an hour and a half, and then we've got 3 more builds after that. So that's why we call it the mega stream today. We've got to catch up on the builds. So we are playing a little bit of catch up today. All right, so we're going to start with the motherboard, the CPU, the RAM, the SSD, the contact frame, and then we'll probably also jump into getting the mounting brackets for the cooler. What AMD for RTX 4060, sir? So I would go with either one, actually. It really depends on the platform you want to go with. If you want the newest, latest, greatest platform, it's going to be the AM5 platform. So then that would be the Ryzen 5 7600 or better, is what I would recommend. If you want something a little bit more budget friendly, it's going to be on the AM4 platform, which is going to be the AMD Ryzen 5 5600X. Or if you want to get a X3D processor with the 3D V-Cache, you could look at the 5700X3D. That's on the AM4 platform. Both of those will require different motherboards, so just keep that in mind when you're picking out the processor. The socket being AM4 and AM5 being different. But either one of those would work good. And if you're going with the 5700X3D, which is probably the cheaper option right now, that would have a, I mean, you could just run a B550 motherboard and be happy with it. If you're going with the the 7600, the AMD Ryzen 5 7600, you would probably go with a B650 or better motherboard. Those would run good. This, in our hands right now, is a X670 motherboard on the AM5 platform that we're going to be working with today from Gigabyte. I believe every build is custom to the user. Yes, pretty much, Ronnie, yes. Pretty much we're custom to everyone. Thank you, sir. I mean, keep commenting to boost the algorithm. Thank you. Mucho gracias. Is that, I think I said that right. Yeah, I mean, we have a pretty large community around the stream. It's just, it is Labor Day, so I wasn't really anticipating a whole bunch of people to be on here today. But I do have to get these builds done. In fact, I should probably send an email really quick. So give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Hey, we're building your computer. Come watch. Yes. Would also help if the mic was unmuted. Okay, let's get back into it. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure he was aware that we were building. He knew we were building today. I just wanted to make sure he knew I was building right now. Okay, so here is the X670 that we're going to be working with, and we're going to go ahead and get started by dropping the CPU into the socket. And that is our Ryzen 7 7800X 3D that we're going to pull out of this packaging and drop into that socket. We're not going to close it up because we're going to replace the contact frame. But we want the CPU over the pins protecting it because with AM5 it is an LGA socket, which means the pins are on the motherboard now, no longer on the CPU. Alright, so we have a contact frame here by Thermalright that we're going to be installing. This is their AM5 secure frame is what they call it, but it's a contact frame. This is their version 2. Their packaging kind of sucks, but I mean, it's because it's a cheaper bracket, which means you don't have the fancy packaging included. It does come with the bracket, along with the mounting screws, and also the tool to install it or remove it. And that tool will be included with the build, Ross. Keep going, sir. Thank you. With the old or stock contact frame removed, we're going to go ahead and drop our new one in. And then add our 4 screws and evenly torque it down as nicely as we can. Or as evenly as we can is probably the correct terminology there. I'll bring the mic forward so you guys can actually hear me. So I'll start my turns kind of across from one another just to get them started, and then kind of work my way back. The main reason I like this contact frame with AM5, it really doesn't benefit the performance that much, if any. What it does do, though, is it helps keep the thermal paste on top of the CPU, and if it bleeds over to the side, it doesn't get down in the side of the CPU. It kind of keeps it nice and clean, which is what we want, you know. We don't want a mess. Alright, so with that being completed, we now have the CPU socketed. How's it been going? How's it been? Hey, Flux. It's been going pretty good, man. We just have to catch up on all these builds. So we have the mega build stream today to catch up on all of our builds that we are behind on, which is only 4 of them. But with that being done and out of the way, we're going to have way more time to do more fun things like work on the YouTube videos. Unless more builds are coming, which there are actually a couple of builds coming, so it's just never ending. Never ending cycle. But I do need to catch up on these builds. I am a little bit behind schedule. So that is what today's stream is hey, if you're waiting on a build for me, it is being built today. All right, so we've got our 32 gigs of DDR5, and that, again, if you didn't see the package, I can pull it back out. It is the G.Skill Trident Z5 Neo RGB, which is AMD Expo certified. And this is the 6000 megahertz at CL30, so really good timing. It's AMD Expo certified stuff. It's in black. We put it in A2 and B2 slots. With DDR5, generally you want to try to keep it on 2. Probably? No, not because of you, Flux. Not at all. No, sir. No, we've had a lot of remote requests lately, and those are generally, you know, things people are calling for that need immediate assistance on stuff. Whether it's support behind a PC that we have out on the field, or somebody calling us that has a PC out on the field right now, for example. I had several people call in after I blasted out an email about the 14900Ks and 13900Ks, or my post. It was either the post or the email. I don't think I sent the email yet. But basically, warning people about the 13900K and the 14900K issues, and told them to make sure they update their BIOS, and if they needed any assistance, to reach out to me. So I've had a lot of people reach out to me to get those BIOS updates done. Whether or not they were builds that I built or builds that weren't built by me, regardless, I'm here to help them. So we ended up doing a whole bunch of remote BIOS updates, and most of them went well. I think we had one with a weird issue where we had to go through and do the recovery option, the flashback feature, but overall it went pretty well. And that's mostly what's been tying me up lately, is getting BIOS updates done, because we want to make sure we're on that most recent microcode for Intel. But it's been, you know, a huge time warp of a black hole of time just goes into that. It's just never ending, it feels like. Alright, so now I'm just installing our 2TB M.2 Gen 4 SSD. Flux, you're Dawson, right? I just want to make sure I'm talking to the right person. And if so, your RAM did come today. I just haven't been able to text you or tackle that yet. Because I pulled it off the bench, put it over to the side. Now I'm working on these builds. So I will get your RAM probably installed later this evening, and I should have it ready for pickup tomorrow. If that's Dawson watching. Yeah. So yeah, your build will be ready to go. I did want to take a minute and record a couple of snippets with the machine, but that shouldn't take me very long. Okay. Now we've got our SSD, our CPU, and our RAM installed. Next thing we want to do is get our cooler brackets installed. Dang, surprised it came in on Labor Day. I know, I was too. I thought for sure it wasn't going to show up today. I thought for sure it was going to show up tomorrow. But I guess we're both wrong. Yeah, instead of delivering it on time, they delivered a day late. 2 days late. No, a day late. Right now, 2 days late. Yeah, 2 days late. And then on a holiday, too, which is kind of strange. But, all right. All right, I just unboxed the cooler. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing right there, but all I did was unbox the cooler just so I can get the mounting hardware out so that we can get that bad boy installed. At least the mounting hardware. Although I could probably do it inside the case. I just prefer to do it here and now. We have 2 brackets and then a couple of screws to deal with here for this install. So we'll be doing that. You guys want me to use the green handle, the OG, or the clear screwdriver? What is your preference? I mean, they both feel pretty good to me. I actually think I like the clear one better right now. Oh, hold on guys, 1 second. Sorry about that. We just had a local customer come in looking for an AM4 cooler, just a stock cooler, so I just donated one to him because his CPU fan just died. Hey, what's up, Gilmore? Woo, what's up? Welcome to the Build Show. It's your first time chat over there on Twitch. Green. What does green mean? Oh, for the screwdriver. You want me to use green? I can use green. Hey, no, that's where my head is right now. Everywhere. Oh, hello.
Hey. What are you doing here?
What are you doing? Where's my magnet? Can you get out of the stream right now? Get out of the stream. Thank you. You gotta let me stream, girl.
Dad?
Yeah?
This is making me cough and break my mouth.
Okay, we're back, and I'm going to be using the green screwdriver based on Ronnie's request. Was so happy to see your text when you said boot times were good and Rocket League was running smooth right away without a weird tweaks. Yes, so everything's been running pretty good, at least from what I can see on the 144 hertz 1440p panel that I have here. The only thing I didn't do is run it with a controller, and I know the controllers can actually do some weird stuff. So that was actually one last thing I wanted to test, but I was just going to do that with the new RAM when I get up back on the bench. Anyway, so yeah, the local customer that was just here was picking up an AMD AIM-4, just a stock cooler that he needed to get his PC back up and running because his CPU fan just froze. It stopped working. He's like, yeah, man, I was calling around looking for somewhere that had one that was open, and he found me, and he called or messaged me on Facebook, and I have like 50 of them sitting here. I was like, yeah, you can have one. And he was just here to pick it up. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get the AIM-4 / AIM-5 brackets installed here for our Arctic Liquid Freezer 3. There we go. So we've got the hardware mounted. For the cooler, so that's ready to go. Now we could go ahead and set this aside and get the motherboard installed into the case, and then we'll move on to the rest of the system. Let's go ahead and zoom out. Oh yeah, look at that light bleed over my head. Yeah. There we go. So how's everybody's Labor Day going? While I'm getting this case out. And just a reminder, the case is a Montech 903 Pro. The King. The Montech King. 903 Pro. Or, I'm sorry, 95 Pro. I always get them mixed up. The 95 Pro. And we're in red. Jar of Dirt. Good! About to watch Guardians of the Galaxy. Because that's the next movie on order for the Marvel Universe. Oh, nice! The first one? I can't see past the little heart symbol in the chat. I hate that it's there, by the way. This is the hardware kit that is normally included with the King 95 Pro. All your screws and everything here. We have a manual here, which Ziploc sealed. We have some radiator screws that are wider than your normal typical screws, which we're going to use because it allows clearance for the top panel without the washers. And then we have a SSD tray here we can add to the back, as well as our front panel mesh, if you want to add the mesh to the front panel. All right, and as we go through this, we're just going to mount the board to the case with 9 screws. How exciting. So 9 screws to rule them all. Don't worry, I've got lots more dad jokes available. Flux, you said you're lazy. Seems like you work with a lot of Montech cases. Yes. Montech has been a superior brand of choice. Primarily because of the value you get out of them. Like, for example, this would be equivalent to a Lian Li 011 Dynamic Evo. Pretty close to it. Maybe not as complex if you have a different scenario where you need to rotate the build or flip it or reverse the build and build upside down, but have your PC sitting on the left of you and have the glass facing you on the left side. You could do that in the Evo. This case you can't, but this case, if it's just a standard, not a reversed build, then I am able to build the same case for the same price, but with the addition of fans, RGB fans, and these are pretty good fans, and these are even reversed blades on the side here and the bottom, so they're quality fans. They're not cheap fans, but as well as a addressable RGB hub on the back, as well as a fan hub in the back, which makes cable management super easy. But the quality of this case is outstanding. So there's more value in this than, say, the Lian Li 011 Dynamic Evo. And that's only if you don't need that Lian Li look, or if you You know, for this build specifically, he wanted a red theme. So there's not very many case manufacturers that make red. NZXT kind of stopped doing it all of a sudden. That used to be the go-to for red, was NZXT. But they stopped. They only make the white and the black, and then some collaboration cases, I guess they have, but they're just super expensive. So Montech gives you a lot of color options, and they're cool. They're unique. You don't see them everywhere. And they're really good performers and really good value for the money. I'm such a diehard Leon Lee fan for the aesthetics. Mainly, and quality, of course. Yeah, their quality is pretty much unmatched, but these are still quality fans. They're not, you know, junk like fans that I would buy and then remove out of a case. These are actually fans that I would use and recommend using. They work pretty nicely, and the RGB is pretty slick on them. You know, one thing I would say back to Montech, if Montech ever sees a video like this, and me talking about Montech, hashtag Montech, but I'd get rid of these, like, stupid RGB rings on these. It's like, I understand it's more of a marketing thing to have a ring with RGB on it, to say, it's a ring RGB, I get it, ring RGB fan, but the product itself, we don't need that there. So if you just put your logo on them, that would be all you need. And maybe even just remove the logo and put a infinity mirror on the front. That's all you need. You don't need your RGB ring on there. Kind of makes it look cheap, but they're not cheap. So just a note to Montech, what I would recommend doing. Less is more in that situation. Alright, so next we want to tackle our front panel cable connections on the from the front of the case, and I'm going to get this front, or this back panel, should I call it, removed. Then I have access to everything in a easy, simple function. And then from there, I can get all my cables plugged in. And then we can start on the power cables, like the EPS cables for sure. And then we'll get our radiator installed. And then, what do we have? Graphics card and power supply, and then we're done. So, shouldn't be too terrible. The build time. Get your ass in there. Actually, we could sneak this down here. This USB 3. All sneaky like. Front panel power button. Front panel HD audio. And then our addressable RGB, which I believe is right there. We'll double check that before we stick it there. Oop. This fan 3. Yeah, our addressable RGB is definitely down there, and same with our fan. Nice. Perfect. So I've got all our cables routed here for the front panel. This is our USB-C. It's going to go in our USB-C header, which is typically in this area of the board here. It can only be plugged in one way, and I always try to plug it in the wrong way the first time. Maybe I was plugging it in the right way the first time. I was. I'm just special. Then we got our front panel power connection. I'll push some of our excess cables back through. Then we've got a USB 3.0 connection for our front panel. I'm going to put that at the bottom of the board, even though this board has an additional 3.0 option on the side of the board. I'm going to try to put it here at the bottom. Maybe. I know my head's probably in the way. I apologize. There we go. Just struggling to get that connected there. And then the last connections that we have here is our HD audio, addressable RGB, and fan for our hub. PWM fan hub connection. Syncs all of our case fans with one connection back to the motherboard. Making it super simple. So every single fan in here just got synced to the motherboard off that single connection. Saves me a bunch of time. And then same with the RGB. Alright, so the last thing we want to do here before we put the radiator in, Flex. What payments do you accept? I accept PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, cards, credit cards, debit cards, cash, and the only thing I don't really accept is check, and I don't have Cash App or any of the other apps. Those are the primary ones that I have and accept. Jar of Dirt, good. I already read that comment. Wow. My brain's just fried. Anyhow, back to you, Steve. There's our blue EPS cable, PCIe, EPS. So we've got our EPS cables already nicely combed here by this company that we purchased these ones through. So it makes it a little bit easier, saves me a little bit of time. These are a little bit more stiff, I'd say, than the normal ones or typical ones I work with. Downside of that is working around the AIO here. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Shouldn't be too bad. I think we can achieve it. Something like that. And then our blue and black 24-pin power connection for our motherboard as well. Already cable combed, making it a lot easier. Just that. This is undone, it actually looks like. Back on there. Our 20+4, should I say. There we go. So we got blue, black, red. Pretty much that's your theme. So, because of his logo that we were working out of, he wanted to try to mesh it with his logo. So we're going with red on the case, black internal, blue, some blue accent on the cables here, just these two options here. The graphics card is going to be red and black with the cable extension, or cable, should I say, that's going straight to the power supply. And then the RGB lighting we're going to set as blue, so it's going to look like it's red, black, and blue, or mostly red with the blue lighting. PC's can, I guess, glow, but we can adjust some of the lighting on it as well if we need to. All right, so next we're going to be installing this AIO by Arctic. This is, again, the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3. And as you've probably seen, if you've seen any of my streams previously, I like to use these on AMD cooler CPUs. And that's mostly because of the offset mounting on the CPU, which centers up perfectly on the CPU, where the hotspot is. That hardware kit actually was damaged, unfortunately, but Not much I can do about that now. What brand do you normally get? Those do look a little stiff. So I usually get these guys. So this is a company called AC Works. You can find these on Amazon. I think it's got a weird name to them. But it's basically the Asian horse power supply cables. The Asia horse. And these were the Link Up. These blue ones were by Link Up. So if you see me use my gold ones, the cable extensions that are gold, those are going to be Link Up. The other ones are going to be my typical brand that I usually get, which is basically Asia Horse. I mean, it doesn't have to be anything super special as long as the wire gauge is there and it's the right, thickness. It's going to be fine. Oh yeah, I wanted to add this really quick as well. But yeah, these are a lot stiffer. They're meant to be. It's just the color I was after. Wanted the blue and the black, and that specific blue that I was looking for. Hard to find. Unless you go to Cable Mod. Well, here we go again with the whole pump situation all over again. Okay, now we're officially ready to put this cooler in. This Cable Mod make nice cables. I feel like I always hear of those. Yeah, Cable Mod's been around for a long time, and they do a lot of custom cables. So you can actually go to their website and customize the color of every single cable on your extension or your actual cable. So you can actually pick out the power supply you purchase. Let's say you bought a Seasonic Vertex 1200 watt 80 plus gold. That's PCIe 5.0 compatible. You can select the model of power supply from the list, which is your exact power supply model that you purchased, and then it'll give you the cables that you can customize, and then you can customize those cables and then send it over. They make them and send them. The problem is it takes a long time for those cables to be made, and then it feels like it takes forever to get here. So some cases it could be a month before you see them, which sucks. So that's the downside. They do have cable kits already pre-made for specific popular power supplies, and then they also have extensions as well. Those are available on Amazon or their store on their website. But for the most part, the time I'm using Cable Mod is when I'm doing custom cables to really match a build that's like custom painted or something. And I haven't gotten to do a custom painted build in a while. It's been a little while. I think since last year now. Just hasn't been requested, or it's been requested and just doesn't fit in the budget. You know, because we want to try to maximize performance before we focus on the aesthetics, right? I've done a lot of glass etching this year, but felt like a stretch where every single build I was doing, there's glass etching. So I'm using the actual AIO screws that come with the case, which are, they've got wider heads to fill the gap for the install here. And then they're also short. They don't stick out very high to, I guess, get in the way of the actual top panel that gets added here. So if I use the Arctic screws that came with the cooler, we wouldn't have been able to put the top panel back on. Hey, what's up, Army Vet? What's going on? So what you're saying is I need to buy a custom etched Empower Gaming side for my case. Yeah, we could do that. Or you could send me your glass and I could get it etched. If you want to ship it down here. I could get it etched for you. All right. Now, we're going to put the block on top of the CPU here, and we will get this moving for the next step. I think the GPU has a bracket as well that I completely forgot about, so we're going to have to probably come back and deal with that. I'm going to get this mounted here, and we'll go and deal with that next. Peeling the plastic off the bottom of the cooler so we don't forget that. There were a lot of people walking the bridge today. Yeah, I'm sure, with it being a holiday weekend, Labor Day. Sure, there were a lot of people up there. Probably their last day up there before they come back down and go back to work. I know I-75 was pretty busy. South I-75 was busy. Busy. A lot of traffic. Damn. Nice. Just what we wanted. Oh man, I will say this cooler takes a lot of pressure to get it started. More pressure than I'm comfortable pushing with. So it takes me a couple tries. But it is a tight, underlined the word tight. Tight install. Well, today is the only day it's open to foot traffic. They closed the bridge. Oh, 6:30 a.m. till noon. Nice. I actually didn't know that. I spend time up there, but I don't spend that much time up there. Huh. Well, that's cool. I'm glad, you know, people are able to do that. Then. Was it like a specific event up there or something, or maybe I'm just not aware of it? Okay, now that we've got the cables kind of under control, I say, because I got to pull them through the rest of the way on the backside when we flip it over. But we can put the block RGB/VRM fan on. There we go. And the cables don't look like complete garbage. In fact, they look pretty decent. For what you can see, it's pretty clean. I know my camera likes to take its time adjusting. 7-stream streak. Nice, dude. Yeah, the Labor Day bridge walk expected around 20,000 people. Wow. I did not know that was a thing. I'm never up there this time of the year. I'm usually done with the up north this time of the year, you know? I've already went up there. I spent my money and my time. I did my time up there up in the north. Hey, what's up? What's up, Carol? Kyril? Kyril? I always mess up the name the first time I try to say it. Welcome back to the Build Show. Yes, I do remember he is your son. Pretty dope, though. I mean, 20,000 people being up there, that's a lot. Pretty cool. So what do you guys think of that color scheme? The blue on the red. America! That's kind of what it reminds me of. America! What's up, Pops? So am I supposed to just start calling you Pops, Army Vet? That's slick. 2 months. Woo! Nice. Alright, so next up we're going to get the graphics card installed. This does, I believe, have the same graphics card support bracket that we did on the last build. So, we're going to install that. Is the Gigabyte NVIDIA RTX 4080 Super that we're going to be working with today. It's the WindForce. Yes, it has the same bracket. We just did one of those. Thankfully. We know exactly what we need to do. Really hard to do these peels after I've trimmed my nails. It's kind of sad. Thank you for the subby. I've been called worse. Worse than Poppy? Or Papa? Pops? Poppy. So now we're going to get this graphics card bracket installed. Actually, let's go ahead and start with this first. Goes in like so. So we're going to remove these two. Ronnie, I'm still using the green screwdriver just for you, dude. Crap. Nice. It looked hot. So this is kind of a discrete GPU support bracket. When I say kind of, it's because it does stick out a little bit, but it's way better than having a stud or a kickstand underneath. And it definitely supports the weight of the card, which is ultimately all we need to do. Make sure we support it. All right. When it gets installed, the bracket's going to be like so. Perfect. It's precisely how we need it. What's going to happen very specifically about this one, well, first let me remove the back plates here so that we can install the card. going to reach behind the bracket. As it gets slotted. We reach behind the bracket from the bracket on the card. And then we'll secure it with a screw once we get it screwed into the case. I know it's kind of hard to see with my face there. Let's move it over. So if we look carefully here, you'll see this new bracket piece here under the hoses. So there's one screw going to go right in there. Right there. And that's going to mount to the bracket, and that's how it secures itself and supports the weight of the back of the card with that metal bracket. And then it makes it so that the card isn't going to sag. Definitely something we want to avoid. The last piece we have to deal with is one of the last pieces is our extension slash GPU PCIe 5.0 cable. It's going to provide power to the graphics card. And we're going with red and black because, well, one, the blue color we're looking for does not exist. And two, his logo only has a little bit of blue in it. So, that's what I was trying to aim for. If he wants to share the logo, he can maybe drop a link to it. But I don't know that he's here on the stream to do so. There we go. Nice and clean. No major bending to the cable itself. Yeah, looking good. A little bit of red and blue in there. Mix it up. We'll be lurking, having to stretch out for a bit. Yeah, no problem. No problem, man. I appreciate it. I'll be building for a while. We got 4 builds to do. So, it's kind of a marathon tonight. It's not a race. Alright, so next thing we have to do here is install the power supply. Right? And then we can plug it in and fire it up and see what it looks like. After a little bit of cable management, of course. Who doesn't love some cable management? Cable management. Get your fingers in there, yo. There's our EPS. Nice. Thanks for taking a good chunk out of my shirt. Raw. All right. Snip these up. Power supply time. Cable's looking good. Looking crisp. Yeah? Crispy cable management. All right, 1000 watt, again, Thermaltake Tough. 80 plus gold. Also is PCIe 5.0 and ATX 3.0 ready. Fantastic power supply. If anybody's looking for a nice 1000 watt power supply, I highly recommend these. They've been nothing but absolutely outstanding. Also, they come with a 10-year manufacturer's warranty. 10 years. That's one way to stand behind your product. Don't need that. Put it up here so you can see it. See what I'm doing. CPU, and our 24 pin. The rest of them we do not need. Don't need. The rest of them anyway. So these are our EPS cables that we're going to get connected here, which are all the way up here at the top. I'm going to try to do this in the most cleanest way possible. And then EPS cable number 2. Bad Velcro. There we are. Those two are plugged in. Next up, 24 pin. We're going to want to run it down as far as we can here, then back up. Right? At least that's what I envisioned. Then this red one is going to go directly to the power supply. This is going to be what powers the GPU. Really don't want to get it super tight up here. I don't like it being that twisted, because it's a 600 watt cable. Oh, you want to do this? I guess that's really the only way. And then maybe pull some up. Like that. Nice and clean. Yeah? Kind of move my head out of the way. Jeez. Alright, last thing we have to do is a couple of SATA connections and cable manage these suckers and we're good to go. Put the panels back on and fire this bad boy up. Finally. Then we have our two SATA connectors to our hub. 24 pin isn't all the way seated. That would have been bad. Not terrible, but would have been interesting. There we go. What do you guys think of that cable management? Is it nice and clean? Very professional cable management. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Try to keep it as clean as possible, you know? And, you know, make it as much sense as possible when you go in here and you try to do something later after me. I want to make sure that it makes sense. So I'm not just, you know, opening it up, finding spaghetti and getting irritated with the builder. I'd rather you be like, holy crap, this builder's a boss. He actually took care of it. Took the time to make it nice and neat. Again, this is a marathon tonight, not a race. But all of my builds look like that. Should look like that. Most of the time they do. There's some where there's just so many cables it's just impossible to get it perfect. Especially in some of the older Corsair builds. How long have you built a PC, sir? I've been building for quite a long time, so probably almost 20 years now, honestly. Long time. Long time. It's almost 20 years probably on the tool belt. Streaming? I've been streaming for the last couple of years, so nothing too crazy. Just streaming the builds when I have them. Oh, I didn't catch that. But I just caught it. There's a cable tweaked here. Definitely don't want to leave that there like that. Get your cableness back in there, sir. Seriously, how does that even happen? It happens to me. Whoa, you remember how many PC in those 20 plus years? Oh gosh. I mean, last year alone, if you look at the stats at the top of the screen on the right here, 2023, I built 720 or 733 builds last year. So 1 year alone, that's how many built. That was the most I've built in 1 year. This year it's been really slow. So we've definitely not done as many builds as we've done in 2023. That's definitely slowed down. I think that's related to the economy, unfortunately, but it's what it is. So we pivot. There we go. We got our red and black cables, our blue and black cables. Everything looks fantastic. I feel like this has some sort of film on it. Yeah, it's from the manufacturer. These always have some sort of film on it. I'm talking about this front glass panel. It's like a milky film over the top. I'm gonna have to wipe these down before I ship them. Wipe them down with Windex after the stream. Look at that. Look at that top. All right, let's plug it in, and I'll get you guys a side view here. Check it out. We'll see if I built the PC right and see if it posts. What do you guys think? Do you think I built it right? Do you think I built it right? Do you think I'm going to get a post? You know, it's a big power supply when the lights flicker. All right, side view. Hopefully not of my leg. Thank you for not being my leg. All right, Ross, if you're here, this is the time you tell me you want me to push that power button. That's extreme. How many... What was it? How many person in your team, sir? It's just me. I built every single one of those. That's very good, very proper. Yeah, let's power it on. I don't think Ross is here on the stream. Again, I'm not expecting everybody to be here today because it is Labor Day. They're probably out doing things. So here we go. Ross, this one's for you. It's kind of cool that it actually started with blue, the color that we were looking for. Hey, what's up, Gary Smith? Welcome back to the Build Show. Just in time to see build number 1 finished. Which is a red, blue, black kind of look. I know the the lighting doesn't really justify it. If you saw it in person, it looks a lot more like that color. It looks a lot better in person. The camera's got a little bit of a tint to it because of the RGB lighting and the reflections on the camera. So, a little bit of a dark tint. But I mean, it turned out pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see if I can get it spun over a little bit more so you can see it. There you go. It's about as good as we can get it. Not bad. You have my subscribe, sir. Now becoming a #1 fan from... Oh, nice. Indonesia? Nice. I don't think anybody here is... I think you're the first person there following. I don't think anybody else from there is following. It's the first person I've met anyway on YouTube in the chat. So, welcome. Welcome to the family. Right on. So, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break to go on to the next build because we're going to be doing a marathon of 4 builds today, total of 4. I need 5 minutes to get off my feet for a second, drink some drinks, get some nicotine. Hey, what's up? How's it going, man? What's up, Ray? Welcome to the build show, sir. I was just going to take about a 5-minute or a couple-minute break, hit the bathroom and everything. But this machine's posted, so we've got the first one of 4 builds completed today. So that's 1 of 4. So we got 3 more to do. So we're going to be here a long time. So get your snacks. And we'll continue the build, the next one, in about 5 minutes. I'll be right back, guys. All right. Power. I already powered it. Dang. You have my subscribe. Yeah, we already went through that. I'm just trying to catch up here. That build is so awesome, sir. Thank you. We powered it. And I'm back after my 5-minute break. And we're going to go back and build number 2. I hope you'll grow exponentially. So do I. I'm hoping, you know, we get some attention here, hopefully. Let's go ahead and power this down. And let's get build number 2 on the table. We're going to switch back to the top-down view. Hey, what's up, Steve? Nice looking computer. Thank you. AMD. It's an AMD system. Hello, does the fast boot take a lot of resources? Not really. Doesn't take much. Fast boot is more of a skip a whole bunch of testing, so to speak, and just jump right to the OS on the BIOS side. That's really what it is, and it kind of sets it up so it's booting off the single SSD. It's mostly what it is. You have SATA 3 SSD. Yeah, no, you could use fast boot. Should work perfectly fine for you. All right. Build number 2. Here we go. What do you guys think build number 2 is going to be? You guys familiar with it yet? Familiar with the loadout here? Let's go that way. We are adding a 4 terabyte hard drive based on the customer's request. I gotta send an email letting them know that we are building their build live on stream. But do you guys recognize this build yet? 1 second, guys. I'm I'm dealing with something over here real quick. Hard drive. Yes. Can a modern game run off of that hard drive? Yeah. Technically, yes. So hold on. I gotta send an email and deal with something over here really quick that just came up. That is an emergency. So I have to deal with this right now. All right, we're back. Oh, just realized you were streaming this evening, Ben, and I decided to drop by. Thank you. I am going to send out an email, make sure everybody's aware that I am building their PC right now. This build is for Marcus. I have to update that as well on the stream itself. I'm sorry, guys. A little bit of an emergency over here that just occurred. Not life-threatening or anything, just the dog decided to go catch something and bring it in the house. So this is build 149, and this is going to be for Marcus. Modern games can, but it will take some time to launch the game. Yes, Steve, going back to that question, modern games on a hard drive, not the greatest idea. I typically tell or try to push people to an SSD, but I mean, for 4 terabytes, you're getting it at the price of almost less than 2 terabytes on an SSD, so definitely cheaper. So it's cheaper storage, for sure. And yes, games will still work on it. It's not like they won't work, but it'll just have a slower launch time than you would see typically on a SSD, especially like a M.2 NVMe SSD that we're going to be using for the boot drive, which is 1 terabyte. But this build itself is actually the Quantum Prime, which is located on our website. This is tier 2. but it's the upgraded version of the Tier 2. So instead of the B450 4500, we've got it up to now, because the prices on parts came down, the Ryzen 5 5600 and also the B550 combination. So we're doing a little bit better there on the CPU combo, getting on a B550 and a 5000 series CPU, as well as a little bit faster SSD, Gen 4 SSD instead of a Gen 3 SSD, which originally would have came with. So this is our Quantum Prime on our website that we're going to be building next. I missed half of the stream, but here I am. This looks like a good setup, especially with the RTX or the RX 6600 XT. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. We're on an XT instead of the regular 6600. And that is all because the price on parts came down, and then we could increase the performance on that budget and that price point. So, yay! That's a win. I'm going to try to keep it that way. It just depends on if these prices stay the same. But no worries. Don't worry about missing half the stream, man. I appreciate you jumping in. What's a good external SSD plus 10 terabytes? I don't know if I'd recommend an external drive. I just don't. I don't recommend external drives for applications. If you're using it for like storing photos and things, that's one thing. But using it to run applications, I just don't recommend it. So I would recommend, if you're going to use anything application-wise on that drive, make sure you go with an internal SSD or at least a hard drive in that case. But for the most part, everything should be SSD today. This was requested by the customer. They needed a 4 terabyte hard drive. So that is why we added it to the build. Specifically. But I mean, he'll have 1 terabyte of storage here to start with on the SSD, and then he's got the 4 terabyte here as well. So he'll do pretty good with it. Let me send this email out. All right, notification is out. So let's go through the build. Just wanting to say the PC you built me is running fantastic. Awesome. Always great to hear. Good feedback. Glad it's still running solid. All right. So again, the build we're building now for Marcus. We're going to start, it's supposed to be the Ryzen 5 3600, but again, because the price on components have changed, we're always keeping an eye on those things and making sure we get the most bang for the buck within the price point. So this was supposed to be the Ryzen 5 3600, but this is the Ryzen 5 5600, and this was also supposed to be a B450. This is actually a B550 motherboard. A little bit bigger of a motherboard than the one that we originally work with inside this case, but it's fine. It'll fit nonetheless. What else? The Thermalright Frozen Note for the AIO liquid CPU cooler. It's a 240 millimeter radiator with two 120 millimeter PWM addressable RGB fans, and it's got the mirror finish on the block, which is cool looking. The pump is also in line on this one, so it's not on the block and it's not on the radiator. It's in line, so it's in the AIO lines, which is cool because it's pretty much impossible to not have liquid in the pump at that point unless it dries up that bad. We're going to be powering the system with a Sedratep GN 650 watt power supply. We've got 16 gigabytes of DDR4 3200 megahertz CL16, which is the Silicon Power Zenith series addressable RGB RAM. And then we have a 1 terabyte M.2 NVMe SSD, which is the Team Group MP44L. So that was supposed to be a Gen 3, but we've got you to a Gen 4. And then we've also got the 4 terabyte hard drive, which is an add-on the customer requested for the build itself. And then the AMD Radeon RX 6600 XT by MSI, paired with the MSI B550 motherboard, which will make managing the card simple through the MSI software. The case itself is the APEVA Prism, I think is what it's called. Yes, the Prism, the Prism. So it's a APEVA Prism. Comes with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 case fans. We'll be moving the ones that are currently mounted at the top to the bottom, and we might have to rotate a couple of them around, but outside of that, it's going to be a pretty quick build. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. How do you format an NVMe from an old PC? My friend gave me his old one, and I forgot to log out or format it. So you'll want to boot back into your SSD or your boot drive, right? You might have to press F12 or whatever the boot configuration is on your motherboard to select the right drive to boot from, if it's automatically booting to that drive. And then once you're in Windows, you can select the NVMe drive from your disk manager and format it from there very easily. So that's one way to do it. There's several different ways you could do it, but that's one I would recommend doing. It's probably the easiest since it's already plugged in, it sounds like, ready to go. Let's get started with this build, yo. Okay, thanks. Yeah, no problem. So again, get it booted on your drive by going to the boot manager from your BIOS and making sure it's selected to your boot drive. Get it booted into Windows, go to the disk manager, select the NVMe disk, and format it from there, and it'll be cleared up, no problem. All right, let's get a zoom on this board. All right, it's a good enough zoom, I think, right? And let's get our CPU installed, and then we'll move on to the RAM, the SSD. Then we'll get the mounting hardware for the cooler on here. Actually, we don't have to because it uses the clamp mechanism, so we don't have to do that. But here's our AM5 5600 that's going in. And the gold triangle that you see here in the top corner, of course you can't see it if I have it out of the frame, that goes to the top left corner, right here. Gold triangle to the top left corner for AM4. That is it. Drop it in with the pins, line it up, put the hammer down. He was playing with it. He was kicking it around.
Yeah, keep going to the dark way. The dark way.
Yeah, probably not feeling well after he got. He jumped on him. Very good. Very good. It'll be okay. Honey. All right. Next up, we're gonna get this opened up, the RAM, and we'll get the RAM installed. Hey, what's up, World Star? Is it Kaju? Kaju? World Star Kaju? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Welcome to the build show, sir. Well, you had the Tough Gaming B650, the AMD Ryzen 7 7800X 3D. Yeah, we just built that one not too long ago. 4060 and 1 terabyte with 32 gigs of RAM. Definitely a solid system. We just built that one not too long ago, didn't we? I feel like we did. Is AMD CPU still getting hot pretty easily? No, I mean, the AMD AIM 5 CPUs do run pretty warm, but I mean, it's just typical. It's not bad, like overheating bad. Yeah, Josh, build number 146. Oh yeah, that was just not too long ago at all. This is build number 149. So that was just a few builds ago. Nice. That's Intel CPUs. Intel CPUs, no, they're not getting hot. They're just running too much voltage through them. Hey, thanks for the sub. Sir? World Star? Thanks for the sub, sir. Do you prefer looking at Twitch chat or YouTube chat more? Either chat's fine. Honestly, it's just today, you know, Twitch chat's been quieter than YouTube chat, so I've been mainly focused over at YouTube. And I do have a multi-stream chat up, which is where I'm supposed to be looking, but it doesn't always work. So I've got all of the chat windows open right now. I'm on YouTube and Twitch and Kick and Facebook, and I think I'm also streaming to Twitter as well. But, I mean, for the most part, the primary channels is YouTube and Twitch. Alright, so now that we've got our 16 gigabytes of DDR4 3200 installed, we're going to go ahead and get our 1 terabyte M.2 NVMe SSD installed. But we are going to remove the stud. It's not really in the right spot there. Shouldn't be there. When you put this size of a drive in, it does not need that stud there, and I really don't want it on the back of the drive touching the back of the drive, which could short it or could do some weird stuff, so it shouldn't be there, period. I wish MSI actually wouldn't have installed that automatically. You know, just have it there. Wish it was uninstalled when it came, like in a bag. Would have been easier to deal with, but not a big deal. And also for novice builders, they wouldn't have known. Oops, actually I didn't even need that. I forgot. This one has the screw for the heatsink or heat spreader here. There we go. We're going to go ahead and peel that off because we're going to be using it anyway. And the rest of these little dinky parts, we're going to kind of scooch over here so they're out of the way. All right, next up, looks like we're ready for the case. Let's see. The NVMe has Windows 11 on it. and it auto reset my BIOS, and I think I'm loading in his PC. Yeah, you'll have to change the boot to probably Legacy or back to Legacy. I can't remember what it's going to be. It's been a long time since I had to deal with something like that, to be honest with you. So you'll probably have to change it back to a different boot mode, and then you'll have to also, what else? Definitely tell it to boot to your drive. I mean, there's got to be a way to do it. Yeah, okay. This is not my PC, but I don't use YouTube that often. Gotcha. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, YouTube's probably the most popular today, but Twitch can sometimes pop off as well. I mean, between the two, they're pretty close. Just today, it looks like YouTube's more popular today. I just stream to all of them, because most of the time I'm streaming to people who are entering the PC area. They may not know what Twitch is yet, or just haven't used it. Maybe they do know what it is and they just don't have an account, but it's just a lot easier for a lot of mom and dads that are buying PCs for their kids to pull it up on YouTube because they have an account, rather than having to go learn what Twitch is. So I stream to all of them. It's definitely more work on my stream PC though. So, okay. This is good to go. Let's go ahead and get the case out, and we'll get this installed into the case. Zoom out first. That way we're not completely disorientated when we come up to the case. I'm just repositioning the camera because it looks like I bumped it or something. Here we go. The panel came off for the... So this is the Apevia Prism. It's basically like a micro ATX version of the Lian Li Evo, except the quality isn't nearly as close. So there's, you know, things that they cut corners on, like 4 screws to remove the glass panel, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but for the price, you really can't go wrong for the fish tank look. I am looking at some different cases to change out the Quantum Prime to a different case, so we might see that here in the near future. But for now, this is our current Quantum Prime with the fish tank dual chamber micro ATX cases. It's from a range of brands. Really comes down to price and availability. So could be this one, could be a couple of different other brands that you end up with. But for the most part, they're the same exact case. Just different logos on them. And generally, Apevia is one of the better, higher quality versions of it. Thank you for all the likes. Hey Jeff over on Facebook, thank you for the like, sir. And now you tell me you're thinking of changing them. I mean, it's not because they're bad. It's because it ultimately it comes down to this is my PC, but I don't use YouTube. Okay, gotcha. So, okay. The main reason why I'm thinking about changing this is because of the amount of time it takes to build them. I could do this exact build in a different case and reduce the amount of time that it takes for me to build it, and still capture the same look and design. So we'll be looking at it probably next year for 2025. It's not going to be like tomorrow. If it was tomorrow, I would have called you and been like, hey, look at this. You know, this is what we're changing to. Do you want the original case or do you want the new one? I would have gone out and called you and gave you that option. But did you capture the beginning of the stream at all, WorldStar? Marcus? When I say in Ben time means soon, means like next year. It'd be a miracle if it happened before Christmas. It's just really difficult to keep up on everything being small and everything constantly changing. So yeah, we're going to take these two fans at the top, put them at the bottom. These two fans on the side, we're going to rotate those. So we're going to go ahead and tackle that right now, actually. Get that done and out of the way before we even drop the motherboard in there. But this is what I mean by time it takes to do this build, this extra stuff that I shouldn't have to do if Pevia would just put the fans in the right spots. Most of the time when you're buying this case, you're putting an AIO in here at the top, or you don't need the exhaust, you more so need the intake at the bottom, which makes more sense. Or at least if you're going to put the fans at the top, make them exhaust, not intake, which doesn't make that much sense to me. Ah. Well, there's our hardware kit, just to the side. So there's just better cases out there for close to the same price that'll reduce my time. That gives us about the same look. And more so in the area of better as in less time for me to deal with these fans. Because you're gonna see it's gonna take me a good 15 minutes or so to get through this. And that's 15 minutes I can save on the build. Always using maximum fan speed from the startup. Actually, let's go back to that. I actually use using ROG laptop with Ryzen 5 something. Forget the RX 580 this past 5 years. Oh, nice. Yeah, RX 580 still definitely playable today. In fact, I still have budget PCs with RX 580s out there on my website. Oops. Thought I unplugged that. Apparently I didn't. Which one did I unplug? It's not that one. Ah. Gotcha. Well, whoopsie daisy. Plug it back in. 3. See how that works out. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Alright, so we've got these removed. Now we just need to rotate these ones and then add the other ones back. Wait, yeah. I was joking about the case. I'm excited for the PC. No, I know you are. I know. I just want you to know, if it was that close, I would have definitely asked you. And if you told me right now that you wanted the new one, I would stop what I'm doing and order the new one. Do 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 do. But we want these flipped around and then pulled to the bottom as far as we can get them down. Because the AIO is going to be up there at the top. There we go. We got those rotated to the right direction for intake, which is what we want. Like, and then this one's kind of dumb too. But I'm not going to argue too much about that one. That's what it is. And that just fell off. That's nice. Nice. Then these bottom ones are also going to be intake. I like the smaller case form factor, but it doesn't look so pleasant to deal with when the fans... And yeah, it's not that bad. This one specifically is not that bad because it's dual chamber. So you've got basically two chambers, and the only thing you got to make it through is the back wall here. And after that, it's pretty open for cable management. Always using maximum. Yeah, I might be using AM5 after hearing your recommendation. Yeah, that's my recommendation, is AM5 right now over anything else. And if you need more of a budget option, more of the budget option is the AM4, like I was saying. Right now, AM4 is definitely more budget friendly. And there's still some great CPUs on AM4. That makes sense. Yeah, this case is easy to manage it, cable manage. There's other micro ATX cases that are just absolute complete nightmares. Even some of the newer fractional cases are just really difficult. Like the ITX fractional case. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but that one is a nightmare. I did a stream. I think I built that one live on stream. It was not too long ago. I think we even crammed the 4080 Super in there too. In an ITX. There we go. So now we have the fans all in the right places, which is what we want to see. And the logos are all facing the correct direction, which is what we want to see for aesthetics. And then next, we'll drop the board in here. Does this panel, or does this include the panel? Let me look. I don't think it does. The extension panel? I don't think it does. It's all good. Doesn't need it, but would have preferred it. Alright, so we're going to put our back IO shield in for the back of the motherboard. And then we'll get our motherboard dropped into place. But we have a stud that's not in the right place, so let's deal with that. Bad stud. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. There we are. Oh, legs are starting to get tired. Think we're gonna be building pretty late tonight. We got 2 more to build after this one. All right, so we've got the motherboard installed. Yay! Let's go ahead and get our front panel connections done. And then I'm actually going to install the power supply before we put the AIO in, because I want to get this EPS cable plugged in beforehand. That way when the AIO radiator goes in here up at the top, it's not in the way, right? So we want to get that installed just so we have that good to go. Let's go ahead and flip this around and get our front panel connectors done, and then we'll move on to our power supply. As backwards as that may sound here, it is the right move. There we go. So there's that. And then we have a RGB connection here to sync up. I think we have that right here on the board. That goes right there. We'll deal with this mess a little bit later. USB 3 will sneak in here. I think we actually have one at the bottom too, don't we? One on the side. We'll have no choice but to go there. And we have USB 2.0. Which I believe is right there, or very close to it. Yep. And then what we have left is front panel connector and HD audio. Come on. Not that difficult. There we go. Hey, we were loud. Okay, last thing is this HD audio connection. Front panel HD audio. There we go. All our front panel connectors in. Finally. Da, 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 da. There we go. Now let's go ahead and drop the power supply in here. I know our cables are not clean yet, but we will be later. That's the other thing is cable management's a little bit longer in this build than, say, another case that I have in mind. So, another thing that saves me time. In the new case that I'm considering. Damn it. Do, 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 do. This is the Sagittep 650 watt that we're putting in here. This is 80 plus gold. Originally, I think this was supposed to be a 650 watt bronze, but we're also getting the gold in here. A little bit better power supply. Again, because the price of the components have dropped so much, we could do that. Get better components in the build. Build a better build. And then from here, we're going to run our EPS cable. And I may as well run my 24 pin as well, since it's there. Oh, come on. What a bloody mess. There we go. EPS cable. Going up to the top, down and under. Yonder. Our 24 pin as well. Same ordeal. Just through the side. Flip this bad boy over and get our UPS cable plugged in. Like so. And our 24 pin. Like so. We'll pull our taut cables through. Nice and tight. Or at least mostly tight. We'll deal with that a little bit later. Stupid twist ties on these cables that did nothing anyway. Alright, now we are ready to drop a cooler in here. Y'all ready to see this one? This one's a little bit more tricky than the Arctic liquid cooler, so...
baby. He come out of my tummy.
Oh, wow.
Where did he find him?
In the living room. Over there. Yeah. Sorry, the girls came over and had to talk to me. Hey, what's up, Jarv Dirt? Movie was good? Awesome. Well, I'm still over here building, so nothing's changed. Still building. We're on build number 2, though. Oops, I didn't change that. I need somebody to manage my streams for me. Build number 2. Done. We're on number 2 of 4. Right now we're getting ready to install the AIO into this one. Nice. Nice. And unfortunately the or the radiator fans are facing the wrong direction. Wah wah. So we have to rotate them. Thank you, Thermal Right. I started doing it on the 360 millimeters, but not on the 240s. Was ist das? Is this the same case as the Quantum Prime? Yes, this is the Quantum Prime. You are correct, and I was actually talking about this earlier, but we're considering a new case, probably for 2025, for the Quantum Prime. That'll save me a ton of time, build time, but have the same look. So, we're considering it. build time is important when you get bigger and you do more builds like I'm doing. I need to spend, you know, more time on the quality of the build rather than doing the build. As sad as that sounds. But I mean, that's the name of the game, is the efficiency. That's where your margins come from when you're building tons. It's mostly efficiency. And then other places will cut corners on parts. That's one thing I won't do. I'd rather deliver a quality product. So if I don't like the product, I ain't selling it. Twist ties too. I need to figure out a way to get done with these twist ties quicker. I feel like I do a lot of those too. A lot of twist ties. I didn't realize the pillar came out. Oh yeah, there's no pillar on this one. It's just the glass itself on this particular case. So this particular case, the glass is the pillar. Some people, that might scare you. Me? Nah, it's fine. As long as you don't try to sit on your PC, you should be fine. And unfortunately, if you sit on your PC and you break it, that will not be covered under the manufacturer's warranty, so will not be covered under our warranty. Don't sit on it. Try to center this up. Oh, I see what's going on here. Number 2, 3, that fell off. Nice. Yeah, I'll show you here when it's done. When we get the glass back on here. Kind of hard to see with the AIO where it's at right now. my current predicament. I guess one thing I would ask is the top be a little bit more sturdy on this case as well, and then remove the perforated case paneling here to allow better airflow out. That would assist with the exhaust. Add a little bit more flow to it. But what do I know? I'm just a PC builder dude. Alright, this guy, I'm gonna try to squeeze through here. Less like that, but more so or less. Like that. Yeah. Good, good. Alright, time to block this thing. Go. Got it partially mounted. Now we just got to tighten it down. Starting to look like a gaming PC though, right? Coming around. And there's our inline pump that I was talking about earlier. So there's our inline pump. So there's no pump here, no pump up here. Everything is towards in the center of the loop at this point. So it'll be damn near impossible for that pump to fail because it doesn't have liquid. That's what it's designed to do. No air in the pump. Oh, come on. Not that difficult, is it? Okay, maybe it is that difficult. Regardless, we got it. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Right. Now we could do a graphics card. The AMD RX 6600 XT. This is the MSI Gaming X. You got your little MSI envelope that came with it. Card. These are some really hard peels to peel. But I got them. Okay, now that I got some fingerprints on it. There's our MSI Gaming X graphics card going in. RX 6600 XT. It's going to blend well with the MSI motherboard. Starting to look like a gaming PC now, huh? We're getting there. A little bit of a... We might have to look at a discrete graphics card bracket here. Other than that, looking pretty good. Alright, let's get the power supply cable to the graphics card, our PCIe power. Then we can fire this bad boy up finally. Well, a little bit of cable management, I guess. Okay, so this is appears to be a new challenge. There we go. Here you guys go. All we got left is some cable management. It's looking really good. Cable management on the backside, that is. Oh, scary. Have no fear, Ben is here. Really, all we have to do is figure out where this guy's gonna go, which I'm just gonna honestly stuff him into the hard drive cage for now. I might come back and redo some of this, but for the sake of the time on the stream at this point, this is pretty much what we're going to be doing here with the cables. Making sure that's out of the way. There's not a whole lot you can do with them. Could take this hard drive panel out, but I gotta put a hard drive in there still. I forgot. Shit. I mean, shoot. I knew that. Thankfully, it's super easy to do this. So that is not going in the hard drive cage, at least there. In fact, the hard drive cage is coming out to mount the drive. We'll take advantage of this situation and get those cables managed up there at the top. Since the drive cage came out anyway, it'll make it easier. What? Okay. Four terabytes on a hard drive. Not bad. Just 4 terabytes. Plus the 1 terabyte you have in there. That's 5 terabytes in this PC. It's a lot of storage. What are you planning to do on this thing? I assume game, but what else? Okay, while that's out, we're going to take advantage of this. Hopefully. Get this managed a little bit. Just a lot of loose cables right here. Hate these when it gets like this, but not crazy ton. They got me good there. There's a Molex on the end, not a SATA. This is also where modular power supplies would benefit the build as well, but trying to keep costs down at the same time. Difficult to do. But that's about as good as we're going to get with the cable management, to be frank. Pretty good. A little tight around the edges there, but pretty good. What do you think? Hey, Army Vet, made it back from the Napland. Nice. Nice. Welcome back. Welcome back from Napland. What do you guys think? You think this one's going to post? Power on? Build number 2. Will it work? That seems to be the big question here. Will it work? What do you guys think of that so far? Looking good, right? I had a nightmare with my Seaside PSU. So many cables didn't need 70% of them. Yeah, I know. In most cases, you don't need all of them. Only very few scenarios where you need all of them there for the build. Those are massive builds. Pretty rare. Rare situations. I'm missing one of these guys. Okay. I'm just cleaning up the hardware here for the builds. That way all the screws go into the right package and they go out with the PC. Don't want any of those getting lost, so I clean them up right away. Also helps me clean up my bench for the next build. But we'll get this thing fired up. Very good looking. Thank you, Some Giant Idiot. Welcome back to the build show. Not sure if you've been lurking, if you're hanging out, but thanks for joining us. Thank you. All right. Who's ready to see this thing fired up? Give it to me. Who thinks it's going to post? I mean, we've had issues in the past, live on stream. Why bother plugging the internet in? Get that side view. Yeah. Right there. All right, who's ready to see this thing powered on? Marcus, are you here to tell me to push this power button? It is time. Time for you to tell me. You want to see your PC? Push it. All right. 3, 2, 1. Send it. Come on, camera. Get with the program. Got those RGBs synced back to the motherboard. Whoa, all the colors. All the colors of the rain. I can't sing. What's her name? Pocahontas. Just immediately, that's what I think of. I'm a girl dad. I have lots of girls, okay? I'm sorry. I get to watch all the Disney movies with princesses and fairies and you know, everything. Hey, we got a post. That's a good sign, right? To the BIOS. Directly to the BIOS. Well, there you have it, Marcus. We've got a build. Now we just have to do Windows, drivers, BIOS, update, some configuration stuff, battle test. It was all SpongeBob with my kids. I would have much preferred that, but at least there's, you know, humor in SpongeBob. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, it's Patrick. Nice. Oh boy, guys, I am getting tired. We're only at 10 o'clock. 2 more builds to go. It looks awesome. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, it does. Looks pretty badass. It'll look even more badass with that glass on. I just keep the glass off so that we can get a good view at it. If I put the glass on there, too many light reflections are happening, and camera doesn't like to pick everything up. There's a perfectly side view of it. Might have to go back and loosen that AIO block and twist it just a little bit. Seems a little bit off. Might be the camera though. That's just aesthetics. Aesthetics. That's me being a perfectionist. Well, there you go. Build number 2 completed. How about we take a 5-minute break, just like we did last time in between the builds? Get me off my feet for 5 minutes, because my feet are actually starting to hurt from being on my feet all day. And, well, minus the 2-hour drive earlier today. That was a round trip, 2 hours. A little bit of a drive. But anyway, Marcus, your PC is built. Now we just got to complete the battle tested size. Water break! Exactly. Except I'm drinking Red Bull. So, let's take 5 minutes, and we'll do build number 3 next. So I'll be right back, guys. All right, guys. Water break is over. Let's get back to it. Build number 3. Build number 2 posted. So Marcus, here's your build. We're gonna shut her down. Move on to build number 2. Or 3. Blah, blah, blah. Starting, guys. What do you guys think build number 3 is going to be? The new cooler. Cooler I've never used before. Well, kind of. Kind of used. That. If anybody knows how to pronounce this name, by the way, please let me know. I think it's Wasm. Wasm? Might not be right. Let me go ahead and send a text message as well. I'll get the parts out here. Up here. Up here. Up here. And then I gotta send a text to the owner. $5,600X, that's not $300. I don't know why that price tag's on there from the center of Micro. Also, our RTX 4060 has a bunch of address stuff on there that shouldn't be there. That's how it was shipped to us. Here we go. Here we go. Send it. This is our build. Build number 3. It's going to be a white theme. So we went from red to black to white. Wonder what color our 4th build is going to be. Let me send this text. Okay, let's go through and break down the build, shall we? We're going with another AM4 build if you haven't noticed, but this is a Ryzen 5 5600X, which has the 6 cores, 12 threads, 4.4. I think this one actually has 4.5, 4.6, sorry, gigahertz max boost with the X. We're going to be using the Thermalright TF7 for the thermal paste, which is included with the Frozen Infinity by Thermalright. The Thermalright Frozen Infinity is a 360mm AIO, which includes the Infinity fans that they have, similar to Lian Li, but doesn't have the complexity of the L-Connect 3 software. So this is a new cooler that I've never used before, but it's very similar as their Frozen Note, Prism, whichever lineup. They have all sorts of different coolers. Difference is it has the Infinity block, kind of a square, and then has the Infinity fans on there as well. Pretty cool. We're doing it in white this time, so we're giving this this new cooler a look, and see how it performs and everything. Which I think the performance is going to be about the same. It's just going to be a newer look. The motherboard we're running is the ASRock Phantom Gaming 4 AC. It's the B550. We have 32 gigabytes of DDR4 3200 megahertz CL16, and this is dual channel. 8 gigs, or I'm sorry, 16 gigs, 2 sticks. It's the Team Group T-Force Delta in white, which has an addressable RGB as well on it. We're going to be powering the system with a 750 watt 80 plus gold power supply by Sedratep. This is a modular power supply. Up there in the corner, can't see it. And then we have an RTX 4060 in white, which is Zotac Gaming, and we're going to be putting this into a Montech. Somebody had mentioned earlier that I use a lot of Montech cases. Yes, we're using another Montech case, but it's the Montech Sky 2 in white. Great build. So let's go ahead and get started with this, guys. Shall we? So we're starting with the CPU, the motherboard, the RAM, the SSD. Oh yeah, and then we also have some white sleeved cables as well to kind of go with the theme of the build. But for the rest of it, I'm going to drop it over here on the side, since we're not going to start with the cooler or anything like that. Assuming the cooler is going to be the same as the Frozen Note, but we'll have to double check that once we get there. But we're starting with the motherboard, the CPU, and the RAM, and then we'll get it into the case. Here we go. Ah! Get a nice zoom on this. Hopefully it'll clear up here real quick. Thank you. And we're going to get started with the CPU here, and then the RAM, and then we'll scroll down and do the SSD here. All right, we'll start. This is a B550 Phantom Gaming by ASRock, or ASRock. I always call it ASRock. Built-in Wi-Fi, Bluetooth into it, and your basic USB connections, your front panel, USB 3, etc. All the basic needs for a gaming PC. It has a pretty good amount of PCIe slots, 16, and 2 1s, and then you have your M.2 slot as well. So, it's a good good board to start with. The other thing is the VRMs are pretty good on this one as well. So you can definitely go up to like a Ryzen 9 if you wanted to in the system. In the 5000 series, 5000 family. But we have the AMD Ryzen 5 5600X installed. Now we're going to move on to installing our 32 gigs of DDR4 3200, which is Team Group and in white. This bad boy here. We'll get started with that. Alright, so we put two 16 gigabyte sticks into slots A2 and B2 here. We do have two extra slots. This is DDR4, so you can definitely add two more sticks if you wanted to. But I would always recommend adding the same exact speeds, manufacturer, and everything, just because if you mix and match RAM, it generally causes more problems than what it's worth. So always keep that in mind if you're looking for adding more RAM to your system on a DDR4 system. Just by adding more sticks with the mix. Make sure you buy the same kit, which is available on Amazon. I think they're about $70 right now, or somewhere in that price range. Next up is a 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe SSD. This is the Team Group MP44. This is actually a Gen 4 SSD, which has it speeds up to 7,000 megabits per second. So, super fast drive. We'll get this installed here. And then we'll be able to get the case out. Hold on. Hold on. What? You, getting sleepy there, girl? Yeah? You sleepy? I see.
Yeah.
You're not sleepy, huh? Okay. Here to say goodnight? Alright, I gotta say goodnight to a little miss. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back again. Girls are off to bed. Alright. We can get the case out now at this point. Oh. And again, this is the Montech Sky 2 that we're building with. We have our back panel that we want to put in there. Our I/O shield. Make sure all of our studs are in the right places. We do have one extra one here. We'll have to add one. That's where our hardware kit comes into play. That's included with our case. A bag of all our screws and whatnots. Feel free to ask any questions while we're here building away. Happy to help answer any questions you have. Need that one. Where's a stud slash standoff dealio? Which one is? Whew. I am getting tired. The energy is draining, my liege. Got the motherboard mounted. Now, we need motherboard screws. Again, the hardware kit. This one I think has 10 screws. Go. The motherboard is now mounted, so we're going to go ahead and insert or install our bottom fan here, and then get all our front panel connectors plugged into the motherboard. Everything, you know, just make sure everything's plugged in. From the front panel side to the motherboard. And then we'll probably tackle our UPS cable at least. And these are reversed blades, so even though they're upside down technically for intake, this is set to intake because these blades are reversed, and same thing with the side. The side are actually intake, but the blades are reversed, so it's a intake on the side, intake on the bottom, and then the top and the rear is going to be exhaust. That is the fan configuration currently for this build out. There we go. Got that fan installed. Now let's flip it over, get our cables routed to the proper locations. And, yeah. Oh. Get that portion of the build done. You can tell I'm getting tired. Starting to catch up with me today. I think our RGB's down there. And I think we have a fan. Maybe them right there. And these will route back up here. HD audio front panel is going to go down here to this bottom area, and then we have front panel power LED lights that go here. USB-C, unfortunately this motherboard doesn't have USB-C, so the front panel USB-C is not going to be functional. We don't have a header on this motherboard. The only downside with this build is that function is missing. But the cheapest board close to it would be like another $40 that supports USB 3 on the front panel. And I barely had a margin on this build as it was. Front panel, this is going to be our LED lights, but we want that down here on JFP1. Yeah, it's for front panel 1, obviously. Right. Want to make sure we're on the right one. Feels kind of loose. There we go. Cut it in. And then we've got our hub for all our system fans, which are going to go down here at the bottom. The system fan header down here. Then we have our addressable RGB and our HD audio at the bottom as well. HD audio in the very far left corner here. And I lost my RGB connection. And this RGB is going to sync all the fans here to the motherboard. So you can control the RGB through the software on the motherboard, which is going to be the ASRock Polychrome software. That synced all 4 of these fans here to the motherboard. And then we'll also have the AIO, once we get that installed, synced to the same thing, which syncs through the same connection. So then you'll be able to control it using the software. Hey, what's up, Flex? You back? But on Twitch. Well, welcome back, sir. Welcome back to the build show. We're still building. Still going. Starting to get tired, but still going. I got to get through these builds. It's just been a crazy couple of weeks with a lot of support requests around the Intel issues, and well, you know how it is. You already know everything about it. I think this build originally came in 8/22, so about 8 days ago. A little bit behind schedule. It's just been the story of my life this last couple weeks. But today is the day we catch up. That is why we're doing the Mega Build stream, and I build till I drop, basically. Alright, so next up, we're going to grab our EPS cables and get those plugged in from the AIO. This super cool, new looking AIO. No, we don't get the EPS cables from here. You can already tell I'm getting tired. We're going to get them from here, from our cable extension kit. Then we'll get our AIO out and deal with that. I need some Red Bull. I sure do. I'm playing on my Intel-ish. I'm sorry. Shouldn't laugh. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the irony of the problems. I thought this board had one EPS cable. I am so wrong. I know I don't have another white EPS cable sitting around here. Oh, that sucks. Well, I do have one. Hope this is the right side. It's not. Of course it's not. This'll work. I've got one. Just got a broken clip. But likely it's not the clip we need. So we're fine. May as well do the 24 pin as well since we're here. Cable combs! Y'all like cable combs, right? Maybe my old white cables you took out? Ah, no. I had another one. I can't use those, dude. I refuse to use those in a build. I've got this one that came from a kit that I pulled and it was damaged from shipping. Then I had to reuse one from another kit. Cable combs. If you guys know anybody that loves doing this, I know a place that will hire you to do it. It's called Here in Power. So that Ben doesn't have to do it anymore. These were pre-cabled, pre-combed. That would make my day. Only because I've done so many. If I was doing like a couple here and there, no problem. But nowadays, almost every build has one of these cable kits now. Not all of them come pre-combed. Starting to look like a white PC. Alright, so next up, we have to get this AIO installed. Let's tackle that next. The Lian Li knockoff Infinity version by Thermalright. I say knockoff because Lian Li, of course, always starts it, and the brands follow. But I mean that in the most, with the most love, because I like Thermalright. Super cool looking. I think it's gonna look dope. And they have the fans. They're that bad. Maybe my old white kit. Yeah. They're just difficult to work with because they're not very flexible. Well, they are, but once they have a position or a memory of a bend, then it's really hard to get it out. So it's not perfectly straight. Versus these ones, which are really, really fluid. But you can also work them into a bend if you want to, and then they stay that way. And then if I want to rework it, I can rework it and it doesn't stay. So that's the only reason why they're that bad. Not that they're bad, it's just they're really hard to work with with the aesthetic side of things. And then the cable combs don't like to work with them very well. It's very difficult. So when I added more cable combs, of course, you know, they're not the ones from that kit, but I mean, they're pretty typical standard cable combs. They don't fit because the wiring is thinner than these ones. So I was like, you know what, just scratch those. I'm done trying on those. Alright, so we do have this to add, which we need to do. Crap. Need to do that before we go any further. So we got brackets to add here. It's very similar to the Peerless Assassin install, actually. In fact, that is the Peerless Assassin mounting bracket and kit. Nope. Come on. Nice. Get back here. I'm assuming we're going to bow in just like... And I'll double verify with the instructions here in just a moment. But I'm pretty sure we bow in. Elbow in. Double verifying. Yes, elbow in. It's the same exact design as the Peerless Assassin for the mounting brackets. Which is cool because they have... The Peerless Assassin has really good tension on the CPU. Like, perfect. The Peerless Assassin does a really good job. Is this a DDR4 build? Yes, this is indeed a DDR4 build. Yes. DDR4 AM4. We're just north of 1,000 for this build. So very aesthetically pleasing. Great. I would consider this middle, entry mid performance with plenty of RAM to work with, 32 gigs and a 2 terabyte M.2 SSD, so plenty of storage to work with for a beginner. And a great upgrade path on an AM4. As well as a power supply that can handle a much bigger graphics card. So really, this is a great starting system with all the key things that you would need to upgrade kind of there in place for you. You got the bigger cooler, not necessary at all for this Ryzen 5. You've got the bigger power supply, not at all necessary for an RTX 4060, 750 watt A+ gold. You can go all the way up to 3070 Ti Super probably with that. And in some cases a 4080, depending on which one you're getting. And that cooler can go all the way to a Ryzen 9. So you basically have everything you need to continue upgrading the system other than just the core components at that point. I guess the core components are there, you just need the bigger parts. Does that make sense? Yeah. I think it does. But not everything is, you know, normal inside my head. I'm gonna go ahead and peel these guys off and keep the other ones on. Right? So that those are done. Where's my, pump RGB. No, I guess we don't have any of the things that I thought I had. So these just go straight to the back. This is going to be interesting. I've never tried to do it this way before. Dang it. That would happen. Well, let's just bump the camera with our head. Why not? All right. Look at that, it goes in. Crap. Didn't have the screws ready. Because I'm spiritual. Oh yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, that takes talent. Goddamn, Montec case again. I told you. Not everybody has money to just pour into Lian Li. But Montec is still pretty badass. Where are we at? 11 o'clock. I am. Oh no, I'm not hating. They look fine. Yeah. I know. I know. Yeah, Montec is basically my value brand that I choose. So if I need to put more budget towards performance and less budget towards the case, so to speak, Tech and Thermalright, those are the go-to value brands I use. I call them value brands because you get a lot for what you're paying for. Price, it's just unbeatable, and the quality is there. Not bad quality at all. Couple of small weird things, you know, like for example, those fans being on the wrong way. You know, things like that you have to deal with. But other than that, it's pretty good. Let's pre-install the fans, but let's pre-install them the wrong direction. You know, that type of stuff. Little stuff. Not that big of a deal. Alright. Lay this bad boy down. I just hope that doesn't right up there and get caught. In fact, I'm gonna push this up. But can't do that. There. Let's peel this guy off. Get our thermal paste. Where'd that go? Huh. Beautiful. That looks dope if I could get this to twist around the way I want it to. Yeah, maybe we do go back to not bad looking. Looks pretty good. What builds do you decide to choose to use the pink thermal paste? So generally anything that has a Ryzen 7 7800X or higher, I will. Most of the time. This last one didn't need it. So it's really, you know, the builds I know are going to need it. And that's the Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut Extreme. That stuff is $25 per gram. Or per 2 grams. So super expensive stuff. Not cheap. Basically, you'd think of it, you'd think there's gold in it when there's not. I need to find a pump location for this bad boy. And I don't think we have one. I think we're just going to run it on DC. But a Ryzen 5 5600 does not need the Cryonaut Extreme. Not at all. It already has overkill on the CPU cooler as it is. Definitely doesn't need it. The Thermalray TF7 is going to last about a year or two. It's not bad paste. It's not the luxury stuff. Not a luxury build. Which is usually what I put the Cryonaut Extreme on. So basically, each paste is $23 or $13 each CPU paste. For the Cryonaut Extreme costs $13. That's your estimated cost for the pink stuff. I really don't like how that cable turned out. Could push that through. Alright, RTX 4060 Ti, or 4060, not Ti. Okay. Wonder if I can get that down there. All right. I took those off. They're gonna fall off. Duh. There's no way that's reaching. I would have had to run a different route. I really want this on a header, now that I think about it more. For my testing purposes. And more. I'm gonna just run it down the side here. I'll have to do some zip tie magic, but the pump's on a header. Or I'd prefer it to be. There we go, nice and clean. Keep it nice and clean, keep it clean. Keep it clean, keep it clean, keep it clean. That's all we do. Gonna game a little before I hit the bed. Keep me updated tomorrow. Good luck with the builds. Thank you. I will definitely let you know what happens there. Should have an update tomorrow. I'm going late. We're going late tonight. Getting these builds done. That's right. We also got a white RTX 4060. Going with that white theme. You ask for white, you get white. The only thing really not white in this build is going to be the power supply and the motherboard. And I guess the SSD, but that's underneath. Or it's got a white sticker on it, technically. Actually, don't like the look of that at all. If it was further out more, maybe. So I'm just gonna run that down here. Honestly, way better. Ah, I got this one twisted. Are you kidding me? Oh. Twisted all the way through. Hey, it's retro gamer time. Like we're fighting a retro boss. All right, there we go. Much better looking. Yeah, yeah. Good, 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 good. Oh. Sagittap power supply time. Let's go. Nope. I gotta say, love the white builds. Might pop in before bed if you're still alive. Alright, yeah. You want to check this one out? This one's actually gonna look pretty dope. I got everything white on this except for that motherboard. On the from what you can see, the power supply's black, but you know, not the end of the world because it's in the back. You can't really see it. Alright, so what we have to deal with here is our RGB from our AIO, which we're just going to basically daisy chain off of here, and then we'll clean up the cable management. So we're going to daisy chain off the hub here, and then we'll cable manage it, and then get the rest of our connections plugged in. That's this one. It's this one. Nice. Go. We'll grab these cables. Get a zip tie around them. These ones right here specifically, separate from the rest of them. And then we'll grab a zip tie here on this one. What about here? Nice. Nice and neat. Pop this guy open if we can get it. And to introduce the Velcro. Who's that? Did I fuck it up? connection. We're good. We're good. Just getting paranoid. We have almost 5 hours stream. Feeling it. I might have to call it tonight. Save the last build for tomorrow. I am tired, guys. We got the majority of our builds done. Built, which is what we needed. One to build, one left to build, and then more on the way on top of that. But I don't think I'm gonna do this. I don't think I can. Physically, mentally, I am tired. I hate saying that, but. Because I know the guy's waiting for it. And I've been the bottleneck this week. Well, supporting people has been the bottleneck this week. Oh, come on. Do I need another one? I do. Get another... Maybe we were a little bit too ambitious tonight. Trying to get it all done. My back is killing me. I've been standing all day. And I am tired. I'm feeling it. That's why I haven't been talking much. Getting there. Slowing down. The day is finally catching up to me. Trying to talk myself out of it, honestly. 'Cause I know it's such a bad idea. I'm gonna feel it tomorrow. All right. What do you guys think of that? Some good, clean cable management. Hey, Dan, what's up? I like the black and white wires. May I suggest some white zip ties? So I do have white zip ties. I just don't have the large white zip ties right now. I'm out of them. So I am using black on the black. So I do have white ones up here though. You can't see them. And then on the front of the build, front side, you can see I used white zip ties up there, which you can't even see because they blend in. I'm late, Tattoo Tuna. What's up? Late to the party. Sorry, Ben, playing Warzone. What's good, bro? Ah, no worries, man. No worries. We're building build number 150. So, almost done with the third build on the stream. Build number 3. We have one more build to do today, but I'm running out of juice here, guys. If you guys get me to power through it, I will do it. But I need all the... Give me talking, I guess. I don't know. Once I start talking, I kind of wake up. I'm getting tired. What do you guys think? You like this Infinity AIO by Thermalright? Dang it. That was dumb. Definitely peel this one first and then these. That was so dumb. Because now I gotta get my stupid fingerprint on this. Dumb. Dumb, dumb. What is with that? Okay. Interesting. Crap. I hate these infinity mirrors. Once something's on it, it's never coming off. Of course it's a nice build. You are watching the greatest technician that ever lived. Oh, thanks. Thanks, R6. Well, there you go. You guys want to see it turned on? Not in a dirty way. God, no. I mean, do you want me to power it up and see what it looks like? I'm trying to avoid using those terms, because I know there's people here that will ruin it for me. Or put me in a hole. Here we are. Wait, is the circle's on? No, the line's on. Right? You guys want a side view of this thing, right? Here you go. Oh, definitely need to zoom out. All right. Touch it, Daddy. Do it. You already did. Of course. What do you mean I already did? I touched it? Oh, I've been touching it all night. Oh. Build number 150. If you're the owner of this PC and you're here in the chat, tell me to power this on. I need you to tell me to push that power button. That video card makes me feel better about myself. Dude, that's the RTX 4060. Got some white flair to it. Try to go, you know, doing this white build. You know, white build theme without spending $1 billion on it. I think this build overall came out to about $1,100. Just north of that 1,000. Engage! Dan says engage! I'm going to engage. No, Tat ruined what you said. Well, thanks. Yeah, of course you did. I'm here, powered on! Alright, here we go. Oh, look at that. Zotack's mom does not have it going on. I don't know. Zotack has okay looking cards. Like this, for this build, I'd say the Zotack card kind of matches it. Got a good vibe to it. Well, I picked the white card, but it's the only white card within the budget that made sense. If you go any higher, if you go to any other white card that we're trying to put in here, it's like $40 over budget, $40 to $50 over budget for an RTX 4060, and that hurts my brain. I won't spend more than what the 4060 is worth in a budget, especially if it's a customer's budget. You know, if it's my build and it's my aesthetics that I care about, then I'll do it. But if it's a customer's budget, I always put performance first until we've maxed out the performance. Then I'll throw everything else at the budget, at the aesthetics. Oh, she's gonna enjoy the heck out of this thing. This thing's beautiful. I like the infinity fans at the top here. Gotta add some good RGB vibe, and then we have the RGB rings throughout the rest of the build, kind of matching the AIO block. Pretty cool looking. Let's see what it looks like from an angled view there. I mean, if you could beat this price point, $1,100 for this, let me know. Or if you could do better with what I did at $1,100. I personally would like to see it, just, you know, for conversation piece, and so that I'm aware that I could do better. But I mean, I spent some time trying to hunt down these parts to give it some really good aesthetics, but at the same time, focus on performance. So Ryzen 5 5600X, B550, 32 gigs of DDR4, 3200 CL16 RAM. That's Team Group T-Force Delta. Then we've got a 2TB M.2 NVMe Gen 4, which is a Team Group MP44, which is 7,000 megabits per second. It's a super fast drive, 2 terabytes. Then we've got an RTX 4060, a 750 watt power supply, 80 plus gold with the 600 watt PCIe 5.0 cable on it. So when she upgrades, she can upgrade all the way up to a 4070 Ti Super actually. And she has the cable for it, the power supply for it. And then if she wanted to upgrade her CPU, she has the cooler for it as well. This is definitely overkill for the 5600X. But the idea is that she could just drop any CPU in here, and this cooler will run all the way up to a Ryzen 9 5950. 5900X, whatever it is now. The highest 5000 series CPU will go in here, no problem. 2 terabytes somehow doesn't last and lasts forever. I know. It lasts, but it doesn't last forever. Or no, it doesn't last, but it lasts forever. That hurts my brain. That's nice. Yeah, so it's overall, it's a really balanced build. Really good aesthetics. For 1,100 bucks, you really can't beat it. I believe her sister actually has the same build, but we did it in black, and it was one of our ready for pickup / ready to ship PCs that I did. So I shopped around, found some really good prices on parts, and I built this exact build, but in black. And then her sister was now ready for a build. So I believe that's what happened. Maybe I misunderstood the situation, but so this is the second build from the family. At least that's what I know. I don't know anything. I'm just a dude that builds PCs. I know I talk to too many people. As it is. I'll stay in my lane. But yeah, this build turned out really nice. So now we just got to do the Windows side of things and get all the drivers installed, do the BIOS update, make sure our XMP profiles are loaded, make sure our fan curves are good, do some battle testing / benchmarking, make sure we root out any lemons that possibly could be in the system, even though it's running. Could have problems with parts, who knows? And then we'll have it ready for pickup. How is the black build better price tech? Actually, this one came out to barely a margin. So the black build that I did was cheaper. It was definitely cheaper. And I definitely had a decent margin on it where I was satisfied with it. Versus this one, I barely have a margin. They just asked for the build, the same build, but in white. And since it's the second build, I just went ahead with it. Ate the margin, the missing margin. I really didn't make much on this build at all, if anything. This particular build. But again, it's their second build. I'm happy to help them out, you know. The other difference was I had more time to track down prices on parts and get things done. This was a build that was built on demand, so I can't spend 3 weeks tracking these parts down. I have to, the expectation is that I'll have this build ready within 9 days, which we're coming right up to here very soon, or if not already at 9 days here. There's the 22nd when they put the order in, technically. I'm just behind on my build schedule right now. I've been slammed with BIOS updates for the microcode Intel Cluster F, whatever you want to call it. So that's what I've been dealing with a lot of lately. What do you guys think? Should I do build number 4? Should I do it? I'm kind of out of E. I'm out of energy. Not even this massive Red Bull is keeping me going, which is terrible to drink right now at 11:30. So if you're young and you think energy drinks are cool, they are. Like in the morning, I'd say it's a good idea. And definitely stay away from energy drinks that have sugar. This is sugar-free. This is probably terrible for me too. I've learned sugar is bad. The stuff inside the energy drinks are okay, but not good late at night. Terrible at they ruins your sleep. If you get sparky, go for it, but you're gonna want that sleep. But yeah, I'm just not. I'm feeling burnt. R6, have you been in here before? Or is this your first time? I don't recognize the name. What do you guys think? Should we change up the colors here? Oh, yeah. Oh, the red on white looks sick. That's white. I love it. Oh, I built my PC a while ago. You changed your user. Gotcha. I was gonna say didn't recognize the name. Nice. What PC did I build you? Sorry, I'm just curious. Here we go. Build number 3 is done. Let's take a look at build number 4, and maybe you guys could talk me into it. 'Cause I am tired. Maybe I just do it and we get it over with? Get it done? Yeah? Yeston. Oh, yeah. 2 words that I'll probably remember it. I remember it. Alright, so this build is going to be a little unique because it's not a full new build for me. It's a little bit unique, I'd say. All right. So this build was actually a PC I built a long time ago in the Leon Lee. This is back before I even started using mesh fronts. But do you see the evidence of what happened? You see these streaks? This was a PC I built, I don't know, 2, maybe 3. I'd say 2, maybe 3 years ago, back in 2020-ish era. It was a great budget build, super solid. And the customer that we have built this for, he actually came back several times and did a whole bunch of upgrades. Went out and purchased his own parts, brought it here, and just had me do the work. You know, for super cheap. We do some super cheap upgrades for people because it's usually super easy to do. But do you see the evidence? It's crusty. Yeah, so coffee got spilt on his machine, unfortunately. And we know for sure the motherboard's gone. He did pull out his graphics card. This is actually an RTX 3080 that he got for a really good price. It is the Dell RTX 4080. So it came from a Dell pre-build originally. So probably like an Alienware or something is probably what that came out of. But I mean, it's still an RTX 3080 regardless. And thankfully that still works. He was already able to plug it into his brother's system and verify that it worked. So we know for sure the card works great, and his brother actually gamed on it for about I'd say a good couple weeks. So we know for sure the card works. The thing that I don't know is the fans in the situation on the cooler. I didn't take it apart and take a look at that yet, so I got to take a look and see what kind of stickiness we're going to be looking at, and I might have to clean those, wipe those down. But the motherboard for sure, the RAM probably got wet. But the RAM's probably fine, but the motherboard is for sure shot. Storage, I'm not sure. He didn't give me any new storage here that I'm aware of. If it's here, then it might be in the new case. But we're going to be building into a new case because we have a new Ryzen 7 CPU on a B Ryzen 7 7800X 3D. Looks like he got from Micro Center for $314 as an open box item, so that's another concern, that it's an open box. Not that it's open box, but we don't know why it was returned. Usually it's returned because somebody opened it, used it, decided they want something better, and the seal is broken, so we'll have to be careful about that. We also have T-Force Delta DDR5. I don't usually recommend T-Force Team Group for DDR5 on AMD chipsets because they are Intel XMP and AMD Expo certified. They're certified for both, but what that does is sometimes can cause issues on AMD Ryzen 5 or Ryzen AM5 boards. So I don't like to use that kit on AMD platforms, AM5 platforms. AM4 perfectly fine with DDR4, but the AM5 I've had some weird problems with them, so I usually avoid that. So he picked up the motherboard, the CPU, and the RAM. We're going to try to use his storage, his CPU cooler from the build, salvage that, and I believe also the power supply, hoping that the power supply is not damaged as well. Do they test the returns at Micro Center? They say they do. I don't believe they do. I've had stuff, I've personally purchased open box items for myself, and I've had great times with them, and I've had bad, terrible times with them. So it really depends. It really depends. Doesn't always work out. So anyway, we're going to reuse the CPU cooler. We're going to reuse the storage, and we're going to try to reuse the power supply, and we'll see if we can get this to fire up. There's a lot of unknowns in this build, so if I run into a problem on this build, I'm basically going to call it a night and troubleshoot it tomorrow. So I'll go through with it. This is also the bottom portion of the new case that we have, which is a new / used case that he picked up as well. So we have a lot of unknowns in this build. And, you know, that's really the concern when we're putting something together here. So I'm going to do my very best to try to get it going. But tonight, if we run into any major problems, I am going to call it and probably continue troubleshooting tomorrow. They probably look at pins. Yeah, they probably look at... I know they definitely look at pins on the motherboards. So if you have bent pins on your motherboard and you try to make a return, it's not going to fly. Because it's number one thing they look at. What is good RAM for AMD? So I generally recommend G.Skill, but make sure it's the AMD Expo certified, and also double check that your motherboard has the RAM tested and certified that it works. So it has a list of RAM that's been tested on the board by your motherboard manufacturer. It's the QVL list, or the CQL, or whatever the hell it is. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, the right term. But there's a motherboard list on the manufacturer's website that shows exactly what RAM they've tested, what brands, what speeds, and the model numbers of the kit. So you could just look up the model number if you wanted to. That's the best way to confirm before buying your RAM and motherboard that the RAM and motherboard you're buying is compatible. Now, Team Group is mostly compatible, but I've had weird issues with them. Weird issues. Like issues you just can't figure. It's like it works, but it doesn't work perfectly. So Team Group I avoid with DDR5 on AMD. G.Skill Flare X is a great, more budget-friendly DDR5 RAM. That stuff just works, or it doesn't work if it's bad out of the box, which I've seen. But I've seen that with all the brands and all the high-end stuff, you know. So G.Skill Trident Z5 Neo, if you want RGB. They have RGB and non-RGB versions of that kit. That's also a good one. And then for the speeds, I'd recommend 6000 megahertz or MTS and CL30 for the timing. CL32 is also okay as well. But that's what I would recommend for DDR5. And also remember, 2 sticks only with DDR5. Do not use 4 sticks. 4 sticks just won't work right ever. So I heard cases where it does. But in all of my times that I've tested 4 sticks, it's never worked. So only 2 sticks, and then the maximum you can use on the board is 96 gigabytes, which is 248 gigabyte sticks, which is a specific release to work through that problem of limited to 2 sticks. So, all right, we got to tear this apart, get the cooler out, get the power supply out, get the storage out, and then we'll drop, put together the board, and treat it like a new build at that point. So we're going to do a little bit of dissecting before we do some building, right? Now this is the build I built a while ago, and I remember this problem. When you have the Peerless Assassin and you buy Corsair RAM, which is tall, your fan sticks out way too far, and then you can't put your glass panel on in this particular Lian Li case. This is back when, you know, taller coolers were a problem, but this cooler would fit if the RAM wasn't there, so I had to actually move my fans to the other side of the cooler, which was kind of weird. Had no choice but to do that. Wondering if I should just pull the board out. The other weird thing about this board is that we're using SATA, and the card was so big we had to rig it in such strange ways. I remember this build, and doing the upgrades as well. Oh no, we're missing a clip. Hope that clip didn't go anywhere. We're missing a clip on this fan. Not good. I don't remember if I did that intentionally because of its squeeze or not. Was my cable management just as good as it was back then? Now? Of course it was. What are we talking about? We're dissecting one of my old builds, and we're rebuilding into a new build. Quite the interesting evening. I have to undo all this anyway. I forgot we had the SATA SSDs back here. I wonder if this is the one that has Windows on it or not. There's Krusty's back here. Got our Samsung 860 EVO, 500 gigabyte out of there. There's also a hard drive in here. I forgot about that. Be worried about that too. If that got wet, and got inside of it. That'd be bad. Bad news, buyers. Are you kidding me? One terabyte hard drive came out. There's a hard drive cage that I'm not going to be using. And it looks like we have an RGB controller here. I'm going to set that aside in case we need that. And then we have a fan splitter. With another fan splitter, because we were just adding more and more fans as the build got more and more intense. Yep, there it is down there. We need our long screwdriver. Thankfully, AM5 and AM4 are the same size socket and brackets for Thermalright and the Peerless Assassin, so we don't really have a problem with that. Cooler came off nicely. We're gonna wipe that down. Very unfortunate, because I think this was what was this, 58 or 57? I'm sorry, it's a 5900X. Good CPU. Hopefully that still works and he can sell that. Had some thermal paste spill off though. Ah, dang it. We're just getting the bottom of that CPU cooler nice and clean. Alright, so now we've gotten down to the brackets, so we need to get these brackets out, because we need those to go onto the new board. Then we need to get this SSD out. This is a Inland 512 gigabyte M.2 NVMe SSD. So it's Micro Center brand. Pull the splitter. We don't need that in that build. We'll use it in the next one if we need it. And one of the last things we need to pull out of here is our power supply. So we need to make sure we pull all our power supply cables out. Come on. Get that removed. There we go. Now we're ready to remove the power supply. This music's way too happy for what I'm working on right now. I mean, it's just sad that I got spilled on. I feel bad. I always feel bad. So F's in the chat for the PC that got spilled on. Any last words for it? 'Cause that is its remains. F's in the chat for the casualty from the coffee. Thanks, Army Vet. It does have a beat to it, though. Thanks. Alright, so the new case that we picked up here. I actually never changed the name on this. Let me fix that real quick. Cortana? I didn't ask Cortana to show up. Coffee doesn't have casualties, only enemies. Yeah, no, I hear you. Get the right name up there. But this case is, I think, an Origin PC case. But it's definitely a Thermaltake tower. It's an older design. I wasn't always a fan of the front, especially for the parts we're putting in here. Not a total fan of it. Not a total fan of what we're working with here. On this case, with what the parts we're putting in are. But I sure hope those are the right hardware. With this being a solid front panel, and the only ventilation here is on the side for your intake. The bonus is this guy did, the guy that he bought it off of, did include Noctua fans on the front. These are some super badass Noctua fans that'll move some air. The problem is there's no air on the front that these are going to move. So he's got a lot of fans in here, and I'm hoping that makes up for the lack of ventilation. This Ryzen 7 7800X 3D is going to run hot. Blah, 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 blah. Things fell down, it scared me. But there we go. We've got our case. We've got our parts. Let's do this. We also don't have a contact frame for AM5, which I prefer, but not needed at all. Just something I would have preferred. We'll also have to donate him some thermal paste since there's no thermal paste here. The old stuff was on the old CPU and we didn't have any new included with parts. So we're going to be just doing the Thermalright TF7. Right, this is already sealed, or unsealed. I gotta remember to save these parts and not crush them. The boxes, not the parts, the boxes. These are not my boxes, I did not buy them. He did. I'm inspecting the socket. Everything looks A-okay. I don't see any pins that are out of place on my initial review. CPU drops in perfect. The black shield flies off like normal. Next, we're going to add the RAM, and then we'll add the SSD, the M.2. And I have to remember we have SATA drives as well. I like the black and white design. Sorry, did you say what kind of case that was? It's a Thermaltake case. It's actually a little older. It's not super new. It's an older design by Thermaltake. I don't even think it supports a 240mm at the top, to give you an idea of its age. It's not the ideal case I would have recommended for the hardware that he's putting in here, or about to put in here. Although he is going to stay air cooled with his air cooler. But if you ever wanted to go liquid cooled, it'd be very difficult to do in that case. He could potentially do 360mm on the front, but he's dumping that heat right back into the PC, which I'm not a fan of. There's better cases out there that we could have built in. That's all I'll say. And they're not like super crazy expensive. So I just wish I was able to consult him on that, that's all. On the case. We're going to remove that and drop our M.2 SSD in here, our inland. I think we have M. And we do. He has one additional M.2 slot if you wanted to add more M.2 SSDs. But I don't know what the limitation is on this board if we have SATA, SATA in use. Weird design by Gigabyte there. That Alright, so we've got our CPU installed, we've got our RAM installed, we've got our M.2 NVMe SSD installed. Let's go ahead and remove these brackets, the stock brackets, and add our Fearless Assassin brackets. Dang it. Nabbit! I've been standing for almost 6 hours. Minus my 5-minute breaks here and there, which I haven't done. This build number 2 is completed, or 3 was completed. 2 is completed. So I'm hoping our hardware for this board is in here. But I don't know what I got here. I got a bunch of twist ties in it. Got fan screws. Air mixed in this. It's definitely a use case. Alright. So let's get some thermal paste. Need thermal paste. TF7 is what would have originally came with this cooler anyway. That's what we're going to use. Go. We got our heatsink on there. Now we got to get our fans on there. We are missing clips to one of the fans. That will be a problemo when we get to that crossroad here shortly. Dang it. I'm going to put this fan on the correct side. I know it's covering up the fancy RGB, but it's cooler. This is the right way to do it. Gotta make sure I actually put this in the right way. And I'm probably gonna have to work something out here with a zip tie. Not what I thought not what I had in mind. Try another route here. Nice. You guys don't want to see what I'm doing. Nobody here wants to see what I'm doing right now. Trust me. It'll hold. Got no choice but to. Alright, we got our CPU cooler on now, finally. We can move on to getting this dropped into the case. Don't need this panel. What are you howling at? You okay? You okay, bud? Are you sleeping? So here's another sign of this case being not a modern case. But at the very top here you can see there's zero option for cables coming through. Like, for example, for my cooler, that needs to go to the back of the case. There's nothing. No cutouts, nothing. So, what am I going to have to do here? I don't even know. I guess run the cables to the bottom portion of the board. That's all I can do. Just suck if this has to come out at all. Oh yeah, I need to put my IO shield in before I do this. Okay, bud. What's wrong? Huh. Well, I guess that'll work. That slipped. Okay. Yeah, that ain't happening with that one. Yeah, that just ain't happening. All right. Zero space for cable management on the back. That is a down. Negative. This case also. Hey, what's up, Aaron? I'll be on my new monster rig tomorrow. Yes, you will. Is it going to be there tomorrow, or I thought it was going to be Wednesday? This case also does not accommodate things like the side-mounted USB 3 option here on the motherboard. Almost impossible to get this front panel USB 3 plugged in. In fact, I'm not going to do it because it's just going to damage the board. Too tight. No front panel USB 3. Case doesn't accommodate the size on the side. You could try to squeeze it in, but I'm not going to be the one to break it. I got it in, but I don't like it. That breaks, it's not my fault. This has no controller for these fans, so these fans are just gonna do whatever they do. Which is fine. They're just gonna do whatever they're gonna do. And then I need some sort of RGB extension cable for here, because the RGB is not gonna reach it without the extension. Pretty sure I had an extension sitting over here. A bag of extensions. I did. I did. Got a $7 cable that we're going to be using here to get this extension. And I don't even know if it's going to be enough. So it's got to go all the way down to the bottom of the case and up the back. Would have been better off just running the extension down the front directly to the port. Would have looked like crap, but it would have made it. Y'all know I don't like things that look like crap. We haven't even gotten to the drives yet. Okay. We're gonna make it, but cable management's gonna suck. And it breaks loose. We're gonna Okay. The last but not least on this, cable management's not my fault. We got to get the power supply and we have to do storage drives. We got some storage drives to put in here. So 2 SATA cables is what we need. Now there's new SATA cables here included with the new motherboard. That is what I'm going to use. I don't really want to use the old ones that were existing. That's for sure. Alright, so that's everything we're going to need here. We just need our EPS cable, which is on our power supply, and then our 24 pin, and then we need our drives installed, and our graphics card. Oh, it's going to squeeze. Yep. Power supply screws. Yeah, good luck getting this in. That was a pain. Get that UPS cable in. That old style case, it's really tight up there. Not typically an issue on any of the newer cases, which usually get a little bit more room to work with up there. Alright, so we've got our EPS cable and our 24 pin in. Now we just got to drop our graphics card in. And then we'll have to get our storage in next as well. Our SATA SSD and SATA hard drive. And our PCIe power. Nice. In words of Kung Fu Panda, inner peace while working on this case. Yes. Looks like you're having a hell of a time with this build. Yes, this is the coffee spill build. Local customer over here dropped some coffee on their PC, and then we're rebuilding it into a new / used case that he picked up on Marketplace, and looks like you got the CPU, motherboard, and RAM from Micro Center. So he's upgrading at the same time. I guess it's an excuse for an upgrade, but the case, I'm not a big fan of this case. Since I've started building in it, it's gotten worse. So he picked out the parts and brought them over here for me to do the work, the build. It's not, you know, terrible part selection other than the case. I think the case we could have done a lot better unless he got it for almost free. You did get some really nice Noctua fans in here, though. I think that's like the value of the pickup. But there we go. We got it in there. We just got to get storage in here now. Crap, I forgot about that. Some of our storage is right here. Alright, now the hard drive cage. How does that come out? The weirdest freaking way possible. Of course. Who'd have thunked? Hope we have the hard drive here. The hardware. The hardware for the hard drive. It's a thumb screw in a very tight place. I bought myself 4 Be Quiet fans so I could run them at 100% without sound. Super nice. Nice! Yeah, Be Quiet's pretty good. Very quiet. Very quiet indeed. That is what I need after this build. Quiet place. I mean, this cable management's just I don't think I'm gonna get too crazy here because a lot of this is untested, so I have no confirmation that half of this works, such as the storage and the power supply. I did not physically test it after the coffee spill. We're only assuming here, off of the information that we have, that it does. But I'm not going to get too crazy with this cable management until after I know for sure it fires up posts and boots. So that is my extent of my cable management ATM. Nice. Thanks for working with me, not against me. Have a good night, my friend. Going to head off to bed. 4 hours of sleep didn't help much. Have a good night, sir. Thanks for hanging out. And we'll see you next time on the next one. Good luck on that sleep. Alright guys, let's see what we get. I'm done screwing around with this for the night. We've got it built, we've got everything plugged in as it should be. The only thing that's really lacking is the final cable management touches that I normally do. But I want to make sure this thing runs before I go balls deep there. HDMI. I accidentally leaned on the power button, so I ruined the surprise for you. Good news is it power's on. Oops, I leaned on the power button. Let's see if we get a post. I don't think this board has any debugger lights. It is DDR5, so it may take a while here. Oh my gosh. Guys, we got a post. So we know for sure it's getting to the BIOS. That's a bonus. We'll see if it gets to Windows. This rear fan isn't turning on. Rear fan doesn't work, so got to figure out why that's happening. Top fans work. Front fans work. Two of the three front fans work. What the hell? I gotta figure that out too. So the middle front fan doesn't work and the rear fan does not work. And it doesn't seem to want to boot to Windows. That's our limit, guys. I am not troubleshooting this tonight. Oh wait. Oh. I lied. It's booting to something. Oh my gosh, it booted to Windows. We're at a login screen. That's actually pretty surprising. I do love me some Noctua fans. Noctua fans. I bought myself 4. Be quiet. So yeah. Well, that is my limit for the night, guys. I am beyond burnt. 6 hours and 14 minutes of streaming. 4 builds out of all that. One of which was a coffee spill recovery. Slash rebuild. So we got this thing to post and boot. We just got to figure out that front fan, the rear fan. Then I got to get a password from our customer and get logged in so I could start doing some driver changes here. Make sure we get a BIOS update, make sure XMP profile's loaded up. Then I got to make sure all the temps are running good where they should be. You know, all that cool stuff on here. So, and then we've got to finalize the last 3 builds tomorrow. The 3 that we built earlier. We got our work cut out for us. But I'm done for the night, guys. I am done. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out and enjoying the stream. I hope you guys learned something or just enjoyed the content of watching me complain about random things as I built through them. We'll see you guys on the next one. We do have some more builds coming up, so I'll probably have a stream later towards the end of the week. And then I'm sure we'll have more. World Star, we'll see ya. Thanks for hanging out. So probably Thursday, Friday is when our next stream's going to be. If all the parts show up for the build, and we'll just focus on getting the rest of these builds out. Have a good night, guys. We'll see you on the next one. Bye.